And here we are. Can you guys hear me? Everything okay? Audio, video? Do I look okay? Is my hair okay? Right. Let's... Hey, Lucky 13. So, just in case, I want to apologize in advance. YouTube seems to be playing around a bit tonight for some reason. My internet is doing absolutely great, but for some reason, YouTube's keep popping up with bad stream quality. So, good evening, Frederick, Dominic, Schmeltu, ex-Schmeltu. You sound Maltese. Hey, KK, Patrick. I need some gel. I do, Chris. Hey, Dick Chaos. Uncle Jesse, thanks for dropping by, man. Cheers. I had a couple of hours today, so I put my knolling into practice, and I've kind of cheated a bit. Every step of the manual is a section. The only thing I didn't do is actually include the nuts and bolts that go with each section. So we should be moving sideways today. Hey, Kentel's World, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. I'm really happy, man. Evening, Lynn. Jello 3D, hey. Richie. Hey, Every Joe. Decumadono, hello. So, I am building the Anet A6. Now, this is somewhat an upgraded version of the Anet A8. Upgraded in terms of structure, maybe, the way the extruder is set up, and also the screen. The screen is a very needed upgrade in terms of a graphic LCD display and also a turn dial with a click button. So yay. All right, let's get to it, shall we? I did go through the manual. Let me guys show you the manual a bit. So you guys, hey Ryan. So you guys can have a look. Let me do this. Right. So I went through the manual. It looks okay, nothing too complicated. The one thing I did notice is that nowhere in the instructions is the Z limit switch mentioned, which is quite surprising. Everything else is mentioned except the Z limit switch. So I'll have to figure out where that actually is installed. So yeah, should be interesting. But other than that, instructions were okay. Right. Let's put this back here. My wife is in the next room as well, but she's not sleeping just yet. All right, suffer through the process again. I seem to self-indulge in torture. Okay, so I'm gonna start building this. Okay, so I might not keep looking at the chat all the time, so I might miss a few of your comments. Please forgive me. And while I put this together. Right. This is becoming a regular occurrence. I seem to be only putting together printers from GearBest, but that's going to change very soon. I still have a couple more printers that have to come from GearBest, which I'm really looking forward to actually. But I also have, as the first screw, I also have a few printers coming on from different places. So that will be very interesting. Right. Oh, God. These are exactly the same. So, hey Lars, See, I remembered your name now. Awesome. Happy for you, Lars. That's because you most likely have the MKS Frederick. Lucky you. But I did order the MK2S upgrade kit. And even that is on back order. I think it's about oh, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Once in a while, for some reason, YouTube just goes wonky, and then just it's normal. I have constantly 6 kbps going towards YouTube from OBS. So it's not for me, YouTube. YouTube's to blame. Okay, focusy. All right, okay. All right, just realized, let me fix it. Let me fix the auto focusy. Ah, it's because it's set on auto. Okay, that's why. There. That should fix the problem. All right, awesome. As long as it's, see, it's going to do it again. But yeah. It'll probably do it once in a while. Hopefully it doesn't become too annoying. If it does become too annoying, we can continue this another time. But if it doesn't annoy you, we can just have at it. Hopefully this won't take too long. Famous last words. So how you guys doing? I'll give you guys a bit of a background story while I'm putting this together. I was thoroughly embarrassed at work yesterday by my boss. Yeah, I have a department which has a team of around 53 agents in total. And I am the big guy in there. Quite proud of it. I worked hard to get there. And my boss decided to walk into the room. He's probably watching this. And tell everyone, and I mean everyone in a very loud voice, to just go on YouTube and look up 3D Maker Noob. Yeah. That happened yesterday. Probably one of the most embarrassing moments of my career. And I've had a fair share of those. Right. Hey, Turn Karn. So yes, that was my day yesterday. Doesn't matter how much work I did. Doesn't matter if it was good or bad. No. Right. So this has to go that way. And this has to go this way. Is it odd? The first thing I thought when I got my CR10 is that I could print a frame for a 200 printer in one piece. It's true, actually, you could. Yeah, strictly speaking, Chris, if everyone in the company that I work for subscribed, that's an instant 2,000 something subscribers. But they won't. I honestly hope they won't. I'd rather acquire my subscribers, the natural way. Sorry, this needs to go a bit here because it's kind of in the way. There, stay there. You could do this full time. If he did watch that, he would have mentioned it. I'm quite sure. My boss gets a kick out of embarrassing me. But then again, he did use it kind of like a payback, because when he got married, I posted a photo of him on the company's Facebook page, and he really didn't look that flattering in the photo. So, however, this is much more. This is he cannot be even with this. So I will have to find the way to get back at him. Also, Apo, if you're watching, did you find your bike after work yesterday? Chris, honestly, no. I spoke to Jimmy about the Emotion Tech Microdelta rework. I have no idea. I've never changed the firmware. I'm guessing, because he mentioned the numbers, I think it's 1.6 that I have on it. But I will check. Ouch, Lars. Should be mounted on the left side above the stepper motor, as long as it's the same as the A8. Awesome. Okay. Thank you. So those are in there. 3x18s. So what do you think of the audio, guys? Good? Good? Better than before? The same? Better before with the snowball? I might end up and I might pull a Tom on you and end up without batteries at some point, so I'm quite sure I'll find out on the chat. That's number 2. Malta, New York. I've heard that there's a Malta, New York, actually, or near New York. Right, so that's step number 2. So we can put this here for now. Get that out of the way. Now, let me just move this further here so you guys can see. There. Hold on. There. Okay, we need these. Now, that goes there. This goes here. Yes. So yeah, as promised, thanks to you guys, thanks to your support, thank you for watching me, I did manage to upgrade the microphone. I also upgraded the camera. I haven't started using it yet. I got a Panasonic G7 because I do intend to start recording in 4K eventually. And I also needed a good camera which I can take with me to the US and record while I'm at Bay Area Maker Fair. Audio that. You know what, Frederick? I would have believed you if it wasn't for the fact that I thought, why is it just one person saying audio died? Yeah, Anton, he's just being funny. Okay, so this goes here. Is it true that the audio died on yours? All right, come on. Is this camera view okay for you guys, or would you like me to switch and have the main camera enlarged and the webcam on the side? Let me know. Are the steppers the same as the 8? They look exactly the same. Almost everything is exactly the same. Even the board is the same. The only differences are many more acrylic parts, many more, and the X mounting brackets are all acrylic, and they're all pre-assembled, which is a good thing because the amount of screws in here is insane. But they look very solid. It also mounts the extruder on horizontal parallel linear rods rather than on top of each other. And it's a larger graphics LCD with a dial. Hey Dario, sorry. Okay. That goes there. Now, we need some 3x12 screws. Let's do it this way. 3x12. Yes, the duplicator i3 Plus does have a tendency sometime to lose bed leveling. Nothing major, but yeah, it does. No, Jimmy's not here yet. Don't worry, there's no rush. We're not in a rush to see Jimmy. We love Jimmy, but there's no rush. He'll take his time. You see a nice two-colored vase print in the background. Yes, that is the one I did with the Sigma, which is now next to me. Now you guys can see my new setup with my printers here. Hey Jeffrey. So far so good. No major... No, that was the last thing I should have added. So, the first unassembled part. So yeah, we'll slowly get there. Slowly getting better at this. Hopefully soon enough when I move to the new place, I'll have much more space than I have here. This room might look big on camera. It's really not. It's really, really not. And I would like to make it bigger, but I can't. I'm not allowed. I cannot remove wardrobes. There's nowhere else to put them. I just learned some new words I wasn't happy about. Yeah, it's not just the Anet, unfortunately. It's most 3D printers do that too. That's funny. So also, news. I have ordered, as voted by you guys, the Filament K8600 as the budget printer of choice. And I also went a step further and also ordered the Start, the $100 3D printer kit. So I'm really looking forward to those two. Hey Don. Welded sticky masking tape from a print. Would normally use lighter fluid, but don't know if it will affect PLA. To be honest, I had that issue with the masking tape on the Anet A6, which is why I put a Build-Tech type sheet on it. I had to sand it down. I literally had to lightly sand the the plastic down to remove it because I really couldn't. And a cubic i3 Mega. No, I have not yet. So now we need limit switch. And we need M2 screws. You see they're here, M3s. I'm guessing these are the ones. Sorry guys if I'm not paying attention. Small screws, I don't want to lose them. Which microphone do you have now? I have the Rode Filmmaker kit. It's a lav mic. It was not the cheapest, but the best and cheapest. I didn't want to spend too much money. There's US coming up, and that's where my budget is going. Yes, check out Ryan, the mod, one of our mods. Ryan, he's doing awesome work with clay. Ian Verwick, best affordable 3D printers. Is that a question, or did I mention one and you're stating it? Okay, now we are doing this. This is definitely stronger than the Anet A6. Definitely stronger. It's a question. Best affordable 3D printer. Well, depends what affordable to you is. What's your budget? Do you want a kit or do you want something pre-built? Do you want a Delta or do you want a Cartesian? Those are the most important questions to ask, because once you answer those questions, then you can move on from there. I mean, affordable to some might not be affordable to many. So, and a cubic i3 Mega. I will actually have a look at it. I have a feeling it's going to be a replica of the Renren Delta 3D printer, like the one that Ryan has built on his channel. Appreciate it. TLF BSHTI 364. Sorry, I don't know your name. Tell me your name and I'll tell you thank you personally. But you're more than welcome. Glad I could help. Hey, I Devilo. And calibration skill, very good from the start. Okay, this i3 Mega is starting to spark my interest. How much is it? Is it sub 300? Or a bit more, even a bit more. I'll do a bit more. It's fine with me. It'll be worth it for the channel. Is the acrylic thicker than the Anet A6? No, it's about the same size actually. It looks, because it's right behind me, it looks about the same. It's just the way it's set up, it looks much more rigid. Even the way these go in, it's much more rigid. because they do a cross section, and then that cross section is reinforced by these two brackets up here. So it makes it much, much better. Now, so it's an awesome printer and very nice kit. My research. Well, to be honest, if you're going for the A8, this once again, I still need to build it. I still need to test it. But from what I'm seeing from the parts, this would possibly be better than the A8. The good thing about the A8 is that it has a very, very large community. So any help you need with it, online, parts to print, everything, it's readily available. This will still get the same upgrades that I'm doing to the Anet. Yes, please do. Send me a link. Exactly. As Ryan said, you can make any printer under 300 euros or $300 print well. If you put enough time in it, you will. It will print. Might burn the house down at some extent with some printers, but yeah. I think I know which one it is. The i3 Omega. Is it the one that has the power out, resume function, and the filament finish sensor or something like that? Okay, so that's done. Wow, we're getting there. We're really getting there. So we need. Thanks, Turncarn. 220 by 220 by 240. So what is the total value of the A6? It's slightly higher. It's 220 by 220 by 250 or 260. So it's just a little higher. And the reason for that is the way the x-axis is done. Now, the good thing about the x-axis is that it should be much more stable. I hate this part. I need to do what Tom does and just put it in a driller. By the way, Gearbest seems to have fixed the price discrepancy between the US and EU plug on the A6. They are about the same price. I actually noticed that. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I went on Gearbest and I was looking at what printers they have, and I tried changing the plugs and the price wouldn't change. Did you? Yes, man, Twitter him. Thanks, Ryan. Awesome. We'll definitely look at this i3 Mega. I definitely will. This is probably the most tedious part of all these builds. It's these threaded rods. Actually, you know what? Let's make it easier. What board is the A6 using? It's exactly the same board as the A8. Exactly the same board. I'm going to be honest, not entirely sure what's it called. I think it's an MKS based board. It's exactly the same as the A8. No difference whatsoever. Come on. Omega i3. Okay, so I'm gonna go. I'll check the Omega i3 later. I just want to do this now. But yeah, if you guys want to see the Omega i3 on the channel, let me know. I'll get one as a budget printer. Yes, I agree, Patrick. I honestly, the buttons, I don't like them. I thought initially when I first got the printer, I thought it would be better to have buttons than the rotary dial, because the other ones that I have, including the Prusa, you have to be so careful not to go 2 steps down when you turn it slightly. It's not the first time on the Prusa that I've selected a print and it starts printing something else, because by the time I pressed OK, it kind of moved down a step and printed the next print. So we are doing this now. Hold on. Let me move this here so you guys can see what I'm doing. Melzi clone. Cool. Trunks usually come with a Melzi clone. So they either, wait, what? Annoying. See you soon, Ian. Okay. Oh, come on. All right. Pre-warning, the fans on the Omega are very noisy. Interesting. Well, but I don't actually think you have a trunk seat, because the way I realized you figure out if you have a trunk seat or an Anet A8 is if the X-axis brackets are white, it's an Anet. If they're black, it's a trunk seat. Melzi board in red. Well, this is still red, but it looks nothing like the Melzis I have seen, at least. This one is square, whereas the Melzi I've seen is long. Yes, the frame is acrylic, Ryan. So I'm not going to tighten any of these, because knowing this might need some calibration or fixing later on. None of these printers actually tell you, the distance you need to leave the, or at least approximate distance. There. So once again, the large washers, you have exactly enough. I did get a kit. I got this awesome ramps 1.4 kit with a screen and stepper drivers. What else? It has 5 stepper drivers. It's the ramps. It has an Arduino, cables, end stop switches, everything. It was like 30 euros. So I have no idea if I'm going to actually install it on the A8 or the A6 or maybe a whole different printer, one that I built from scratch. I don't know. Okay, right. So this should tell us a much better way. I actually put some grease in these this morning. This is getting prepared. Okay, so if that goes there, so that can go anywhere else but there. Okay, now we're getting an idea. Now I can get an idea of where these are supposed to be. Okay, so way too out. Okay. Joe, my Anet clone is perfectly square with a red PCB. Okay, so maybe it is. Is it the same as this? Because if it is, then I guess it's a Melzi clone. I'm going to be honest, I still haven't gotten into trying to figure out which is Melzi, which is MKS, and I honestly, or smoothie board, or I have no idea. So now a bit of something I've learned. So these printers, you have, let me do this. So you have these lead screws, these linear rods, which go through these holes in the acrylic. I found out that the best way to have a very rigid frame is to not have them exactly flush with the acrylic. Just pop them out just a tiny, tiny bit. The reason being is, eventually you're going to put these here in order to lock, and these will then sort of tighten up against them, so it keeps them very steady. So you have much less bed wobble because of it. So that goes there, and I can leave there. These I can tighten. All right, so it's a Melzi. It's a Melzi clone. There, I've learned something new today. Okay, next. Come on. There you go. Sorry, I'm being a bit quiet. I'm just concentrating on this. I'll show you guys what I'm doing. So I'm just aligning these. And that goes there. Slightly a bit further out. So I'm not leaving the linear rails a lot outside of the acrylic, just enough so when I put the covers, there's just enough for it to press on the linear rods slightly just to hold them in place. Yeah. So, all right. Let me see this. That goes there. Yeah, that should be good enough. Okay. So now I need these, and I need 4 3x18 screws. 1, 2, 3, 4. Screw on the acrylic hooks on the side. Yep, the Holly, I am going to do this now. On the back, I just want to get a bit of an idea before I keep at it. Multibots D300 VS Delta. Once again, another printer I've never heard of. It's crazy how many printers there are out there. It's absolutely crazy. Obviously, I want them all. I've noticed the difference that I've seen. This is the first kit where all the, most, not all, most of the little holes where you put the screws through, the acrylic hasn't been sort of cleaned out. There it is. I'm looking for a pair of pliers. There. Long nose. How much does this printer cost and where to buy it? I have a link in the description. It's from Gearbest. And at the time that I got this, it was around 173 euros, I think, something like that. And whether it's a good printer or not, I have yet to find out. So far, it's okay. It's looking good. As in, building it is looking good. Okay. That's one. And that looks like there. Just throw some super drivers. Trying to find correlation between missing micros. Oh God, you lost me then completely. As soon as I hear oscilloscope, no, I'm not there. You know, it's funny because I will be doing a sort of tutorial soon on how to wire the MOSFETs. And I have an idea. I have a general idea of what a MOSFET does or what it's supposed to do. And I've been looking online. I've looked everywhere for a layman's format of trying to explain what a MOSFET does. Something someone can understand that I can use on the channel. And I have yet to find one. I want a dummy's guide to MOSFETs. No discharge, charge, discharge. I want a very simple explanation. Something that where I can replicate that explanation. And it seems, no, it seems impossible. So I did a boo-boo. Thankfully, not a very bad one. I'm just going to move this here. There. And that goes there. A MOSFET is a switch. Thank you. So, Sven, because you actually seem to be quite into this. And I'm a noob. Explain to me in noob's way why I need a MOSFET on a main board for the heat bed. Explain it to me like I'm someone who has no idea what a 3D printer is. That was what the relay does. So maybe use the explanation of the relay. See, the thing is, BPR transistor. The way I understand it is, if there is a short or there is a voltage spike which comes from the heat bed because there's a fire or it melts or there's a short circuit or whatever, it switches off current completely. Am I correct in understanding that? And that way, the motherboard doesn't get burned out. It just switches off, because if it was directly connected to the main board, then it would just burn out the main board. Okay. This is starting to look good. I'm just going to tighten these. Yes, but hey, Steven. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Yeah, the video and tell the short, simple explanation of a modes of a MOS. Yes, but that's not a short, simple explanation. I did watch that, and it kind of lost me, and it would lose a lot of people, and that's why I want a layman's way. Before they melt. Okay, so does it switch off? Does it discharge? I'm starting to think no one can actually explain in a very simple way what a MOSFET does. Okay, this. Figure there's something wrong here. So I'm just going to push this down until I tighten these bolts, just to make sure it's level. Hopefully the table is level. Then your motherboard use for its signal, usually 5 volts. You use that 5 volts control signal to turn on and off. See, that's starting to make much more sense. There you go. See, Sven! Wow, these threaded rods are definitely the longest bit of work involved in this so far. Okay. MOSFET gets via the main board. The signal to pause the current from its input to the heating elements to take the current from the main board. A MOSFET acts as a switch. Okay. Explain it simple when you aren't involved in a build. It's not complicated, but we like to make it simple. Yeah. I would imagine so. All right. So we'll talk about it. Okay, so that is the frame. It's actually, I'm putting quite a lot of pressure in there. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's barely moving. It's moving, but it's barely moving, and I'm putting a lot of pressure on it. So that's boding well. Let me just put this here for now. Resemble or resent that remark. So, hotbed, fixing plate, and 4x14 screws. These. Now, by the way, yes, something I wanted to point out. So, during the AA build, a lot of people told me, don't put the plate on as it shows you in the instructions. Turn it upside down, because then the belt, see, I remember that it's called a belt. The belt would be in line with the rollers on the tighteners. However, the reason why you don't have to is because you're supposed to attach two of these on top of each other when fixing them. But the instruction manual does not say that. And that extra one is why you get to have it in line. So two on top of each other on each side. And the belt would actually end up being tightened between the two of them. These are not the same size. So, sorry guys. Short something over MOSFET. It was not straight, so I chose the scissors. Yeah, that would make sense actually. At least in this case, I can see, I mean, slightly. I'm going to live on the edge here. I'm going to try it. Just for the sake of trying it. So, that goes there. Okay, and that goes there. Right. Get rid of those. Next, on the main board, I've seen dozens of pictures of melted connectors. Yep. Yep, and I think it's, more than the MOSFET, I think that's it. It's the connections themselves that, well, suck. I think if the connections were better, maybe that problem wouldn't exist, or it would be limited. The same thing with the heat bed connectors. Yes, there's actually quite a lot of play, which is why people tend to suggest to solder the wires directly to the heat bed, which I have done on the A8 and 4x8 screws. The full set printers not correct, so I got mine this weekend. Plenty of designs and clear problems to have fun with. Unnamed FL printer. Trying to remember which one it is. So, you guys bored yet? Where the? Is the connection still good? Is it still dropping frames once in a while? It's funny because these are the parts that take the longest. It's the most simple parts, but they have more screws. Cheers, Torrenkarn. Thanks, Petra. Come on. That goes there. That goes there. And now I'm going to use this because I am fed up with screwing around. By the way, for those of you who don't follow me on Twitter, on Instagram, by the way, you really should. How'd you like my 0.85 millimeter layered benchy? It's awesome. It weighs almost 300 grams. To print this, it took me 1/3 of a spool. It's really heavy. Layers are really, really, really nice on it. I was very happy. Unfortunately, I cannot print the biggest benchy in the world because, well, I don't have the printer to do it with. And it's already been done. So I wanted to print the largest layer benchy. And if you want to follow me on Twitter, tomorrow I'm going to try to print an actual to scale size, small scale size benchy at 0.85 millimeter as well. That is Spoolworks Edge Purple. It's actually a very nice purple. I missed a screw here. Actually, there. That's better. Okay. That is actually a very rigid bed. Okay, now the belt. Is here. So we will do this so you guys can see. Gonna grab that. I'm checking And so far that I can tell, or that I can remember, or that I checked, the Anet is the only printer I came across so far which actually uses, it's like a metal-filled belt. It literally is like a cam belt of a car. It has metal threads inside, making it really, really strong. Okay, so I completely see what you meant, Patrick. It really does. It makes a huge difference. But we'll leave it like that for now, just for the build. So, if you guys are building one of these, listen to Patrick. Turn the bed upside down. What is the minimum torque setting? It's number 1. I don't know. In terms of torque settings, I have absolutely no idea. It doesn't specifically say. Right, now, this is the fun part. Actually, better yet, let me do this. Because it'll be much easier to hold in place if I just run it straight away through here and then just cut when it's tight enough. That's way too. Sorry guys, once again, if I'm not paying attention to the chat, just momentarily. Actually, these birds are cheaper and not that good for 3D printer because they are so stiff. That does make sense, actually. So. Time to tighten. Okay. Okay, that's there. Now, trying to cut this. There you go. Side. That's number 2. I might have tightened it a bit too much, but that I can fix. Jonah comes by wearing a black shirt while building a printer with a black frame makes things a bit hard to see. Yeah, it's true actually. You are right. Didn't even cross my mind. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Let me try and do this actually. That goes there. So I'll stand here, the printer stays here. Maybe that helps. I apologize. It absolutely didn't even cross my mind. And I'm usually quite conscious of these things. Okay, so springs. Let me get these on this side. Four springs, the bed, M3. No, it didn't line up well at all, actually. So I would definitely suggest to you guys to turn it upside down. I know it's bugging me, so I might actually end up, yeah, it's gonna stay bugging me. So I am actually going to turn it upside down. Remove the shirt. Not gonna happen. No, 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 no. Right. Let's do this quickly. Design a printer spacer. I could actually, but the thing is, even thanks, Patrick. All right, even if I design a spacer, or if anyone designs a spacer, the problem is that you cannot print it before you get the printer if it's your first printer. And then what would end up happening is people having to take it apart once again. Aren't electric tools awesome? Okay, so let's try this once again. So rather than 2, I guess we'll just use 1? No, we'll still use 2. Should I use 2, Patrick, or 1? Still use 2. Awesome, Buxton, I appreciate it. Just send me the link of where to look it up. Okay, let's try this once again. So, 4. All right, so let me get this done quickly. So I won't be looking at the chat for a couple of minutes. So that you can just get this out of the way and move on to the next step. Because, I mean, by the looks of it, it's not like there's a lot of work to be done. Famous last words. Unless I have to take apart a few things like I just did right now. And there. Hey, Mike. Yeah, we're getting there. It's actually not that bad of a build. Instructions are okay. Parts fit. Screws are all there so far. I feel like I'm in Formula 1 something. I'm changing tires. Let me see. I need to check it out now. That is actually perfect. See? Awesome, Boxen. That was wow. Wow. Okay. Did you just do that now while we're discussing that? That is awesome. If you don't mind, Boxen, I want to use that illustration in the video I will do of the MOSFET installation. With your permission, of course. I'll give you credit. Obviously. Absolutely awesome. Okay. So this. Sorry, I know I'm behind the printer. And I'm dressed in black. Okay. Much better. Okay, I'm happy now. I'm quite sure Patrick is too. Looking much better. All right, okay, I know what this noise is. Yeah, but that's not going to change. This noise is the threads hitting part of the, what do we call it? The kind of bearing that there is in there. See, if I put it to the side, it stops. So in order to stop that, I'll probably have to reprint that part. Bit annoying. It's going to stay doing a really weird noise, but I can survive that for now. So, now we need M3 by 30 screws. Another thing with Anets that I realized, the kind of wing nuts at the bottom, they don't really, well, they do, but they don't really have a purpose because they're not there to level the bed. They are simply there to tighten the screw that levels the bed, because the screws actually have threaded holes inside the frame of the bed. So as you can see here, when you level the bed, you need a screwdriver. Wing nuts don't do jack for it. Wow. That is seriously tight. Okay. Let's try this from here. Okay. That was easy. Okay. And that's the bed. Okay, when it does become an essential backup. Yeah, it does tighten it and sort of keep it in place. It's just annoying. Wow. Threads are really good on this thing. Okay. That looks fine. And that looks fine. But for now, I'm just not going to put the wing nuts on. Okay. All right. No heat bed. It does have a heat bed. It's attached to the aluminium bed. It's attached to the bottom of it. Something that someone has pointed out to me, and I actually, it makes a lot of sense. If you guys probably remember, the Duplicator i3 Plus had a problem, and that was that the springs at the bottom used to grind down onto the heating element and would short out. I was suggested to print nylon washers for this, or use nylon washers, because eventually the more you level the bed each and every time, it might start grinding down on the heating element and short circuit it. So nylon washers. All right, Kumadono, thank you very much for stopping by. Okay. Next up, we have, so put this there for now. And we are going to use these. And we will need motor support, left and right, and motor fixing plate, M318 screws, 14 M38 screws, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. As the screw is not a good enough conductor as the metal on the one half. True. However, I'm guessing the aluminium here might. You have, maybe it would short circuit with its own, I don't know. But it does make sense in my mind. Maybe I got it wrong. Okay, so we need 14 nuts. One, two, three, four, 5. There, more than enough. Okay, so that goes there. Do you think the A6 is going to be better than the A8? It will be print quality. I'm expecting. The thing is, actually, you know what? I can't say. I am expecting it to be better than the A8, and the reason for that is it's kind of like it's more like a package kind of deal. You have a stiffer structure, you have the better display with the turn dial. So it's just a mixture of a lot of things. You have this horizontal laying extruder on top. You have the slightly bigger print volume, and stiffer X mounts. So in all, I think it will be better. So that goes there. And we need M3. M3 by 12. Now I know the Z stepper motor cabling is not done now, but what I'm going to do, something that I've learned from the A8, is that I can, it's a little bit easier to just do it now and connect them and pass the wires directly right now. Not going to make much difference, but while I know that's about to happen, might as well. Or else I can just follow the instructions. Graham just start going to 44. If I'm really lucky, I might get mistaken for late 30s. That's one. Next up. So, oh, okay. I have to figure out where the holes are. Very important. That goes there. I have to find the way. Maybe someone here can tell me. Because it'd be awesome if I could listen to some music while I'm doing this. But I'm scared. Although actually I could put some, maybe some royalty-free music playing in the background. At least just for me, so I can hear something. I know I could do headphones, but if I have headphones, then I'll just get lost in my own world. 127 concurrent viewers. Wow. Thank you, guys. So that goes there. And this one goes here. Hey, Mark. Good evening. Thanks for joining, man. So how long have we been at this? We've been at this now for almost, well, an hour, actually an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, sing for me, Sven. What do we do? Sailor. Or was. That was. That's fine. Remove the audio track from the video if I recognize. Yeah. Yeah, they tend to do that. Eh? So that good. No. Okay. I did a boo boo, but not a big boo boo. Actually, yeah, it is a big boo boo. I have to redo all this. So what I did was I didn't take note of where the linear rod was. It should be on the other side, so I have to turn this the other way around. So now I'm going to use this. That's one. That way. Wow, Robert. Okay, let me start the ball rolling. Thanks for the streams, Joe. Thank you very much, Robert. Humbled, and thank you. Thank you very much, man. And kind of every time someone leaves the tips, I really don't know what to say. Except thank you. That's I hold on. Why isn't this coming up? Hold on. Okay. Right. I don't know why the super chat text didn't come up. It's bugging me now. Singing this. No. Okay. I won't grovel. Not yet, at least. But thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Is it hard to bed level a delta? That's what I fear most after reading the internet. You know what? I will do a video on how to bed level a delta without needing any bed leveling sensors. How about that? The easiest way possible. And that is thanks to matter control. It is a really powerful piece of software. I'm going to heat this. So let me see if I can do this without. The magnet seems to have disappeared on that. This doesn't work. Okay. Okay, I can do it like that. You. Okay. Joe is one of those bad boys. What bad boys did I do? The Delta? Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, man. Once again, thank you. We all appreciate you giving the time with your family to practice reviews and tips. Not sure people realize the time required to pull off what you do. No, it's it's a hell of a task, man. But I love it. Thankfully, I have an absolutely awesome wife that supports me, that lets me do what I love, lets me spend as much time as I need to in this office, which I can assure you, it is a lot. I spend the better part of at least 4 hours every day during the week here. In the evening, at least. Most of the time, my wife will be asleep before I'm ready. I'm sorry, guys, I hogged the printer over here. It's just easier for me to shove my fingers and put the nut in the hole. So, I heard Joe the 3D printing nerd speaking about, well, Joe, the 3D printing nerd, I'm the maker noob. Or Joel, the 3D printing nerd. The Titan Arrow. It's there. It's there, and I will do a video about it shortly. Germany's looking too nice. Hey, Tommy. Thank you. Hey, Medelis. Long time no see. Okay, now we have the other side. Thanks, Mark. Joel has a little bit more hair than I do. That's why people confuse it. Just shove my finger in here. Exactly. It's just there was no pretty way of putting it. These are the tedious parts. Most of the build was like really quick, and then you have these few steps which require so much fidgeting and little things which just take so much time. Which you can just do this. It's because the nuts actually are in very awkward places. There you go. That was easier. Going to the next 3D meetup in Sweden 2018 would be really cool. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And see, this is what happened. The reason why I only did Bay Area Maker Faire is because I got into the 3D printing community quite late last year. And I wasn't aware of most of these fairs or meetups or conventions or anything related to 3D printing until very recently. And as soon as I found out about Bay Area Maker Faire, I really wanted to go. And Joel said that I had the Titan Arrow extruder. Oh, cool. And yeah, if I knew about the Sweden meetup, I probably would have, because that's just like 3 hours flight from here. That would have been really easy for me to do. But I had no idea. To be completely honest, I probably would have done Rip Rap Festival as well. But it comes to the point where I really want this channel to grow, and I don't want to force it to grow, far from it. I want it to grow naturally, but at the same time, going to places like the Bay Area Maker Faire, which is probably one of the biggest fairs in the world, and it involves a lot of 3D printing, it is good for the channel, and it is good for me to socialize with that community or the people behind 3D printers, just to get to know them and for them to get to know me. So now we need the next step. We have 1 and 2. Now, so that goes there. Trying to figure out the best orientation for this. Lead screw. So is it here or there? There. That would be ideal. Okay. So I need M4, M3 by 12. Yeah, Bay Area Maker Faire. Hi, Claudia. Bay Area Maker Faire is going to be awesome. I'm really, really, really looking forward to it. It's really funny because as most of you guys, you watch you watch YouTube, which I have watched a lot of YouTube before I started making YouTube videos, and you see all these people which you look up to and you want to be like, and Joel is one of them, Angus is one of them, Tom, and I'm gonna get to meet them. And it's not just me getting to meet them, I'm actually gonna be one of those hanging out with them, and it blows my mind. And most of us will be hanging out at the Matter Hackers booth, and it's going to be absolutely awesome. So if you're there, please come by, say hi. Hola, Valentino. Hey, Heather. How about a Tiva Delta D3? I want a Tiva Little Monster. I really want a Little Monster. I badly want to play with one of those. Now, these two, and that one. If you go to Bigger Maker for you, it'll be a Banff, the second Banffs. So, next we have rods. So these two are there, and no idea where those go. Okay. Really weird way of positioning. So, according to this, wait, what? All right, that. This is how it sticks on, like that. It's actually a really weird place, not the other way. I'm actually going to turn it around because I don't want the connector to be on top. I'd rather, I know, this is, I'm trying to think if I want the connector to be on top or the bottom or the side. And I think I'd rather have it on the side, actually. Well, thank you very much, Chris. You're a saint. So, side. Side, oh, yes, side. I might end up changing it again, but side seemed to be better. We're just commenting how much time Joe gives up with his. You've been the topic, dear wife. Just saying how awesome you are for being so supportive. Now, that goes there. This, it's so weird having x-axis brackets on the side coming out so much. It's really weird. So we need these, and that goes there. Okay, now that's weird. Okay, so I'm gonna Pop that there. Hey, Jorge. Jorge? Jorge. It has to be Jorge if it's Reyes, right? What is my favorite printer of all? You shouldn't be asking me that question. I can tell you this. Usually my favorite printer is the last one that came in. This is the one I'm most excited about. But what am I doing? This doesn't go here, though. So, my favorite printer. I don't really have a favorite printer. As you can see, they're all here and they're all ready to be used. I really like the Sigma. I'm having a lot of fun with the Sigma. I love the Microdelta rework. I love the Creality CR10. The Trinus is awesome. I got the laser. I'm going to make a video about that. What is my favorite filament? You shouldn't be asking me these questions. I don't actually have a favorite filament. I have a favorite color. And that color, actually I have two favorite colors. And those are the Iceland, crystal clear Iceland blue from Filamentum. I fell in love with that color from the beginning. And also the red PETG from Rigid Ink. I love those colors. So those, I should go there. That's one. And this goes here. Okay, now next, threaded rods. Hey, Paolo. Favorite printer is working printer, surely. Exactly. What is my favorite question? What is my favorite question? My favorite question is someone that left a comment on the last Anet video, which just cracked me up. And that question was, since when did Vin Diesel get a 3D printer? And it just cracked me up. I was in fits laughing. It was hilarious. It was just funny. It was awesome. Now, I need to tighten these. That was definitely my favorite question. What about a giveaway? I will do a giveaway in, but not these. These are mine. But I will be doing a giveaway at 5,000 subs, which is coming. It's coming slowly, but it'll come. No rush. I will be. Well, so far, what I can think of is the Start 3D printer kit. Unless, while I'm in the US, some company there decides to sponsor a giveaway on the channel. And that is, that's a hint to see me CNC. Now, I will be giving away a Start 3D printer kit as soon as I hit 5,000 subscribers. I'll be giving away two. I'll be giving away one to my subs, and I'll be giving away one to my Patreons, who are absolutely awesome. And they deserve a different kind of shot at getting one. But I will be giving, I'll probably throw in a few spools of filament as a second and third prize, probably. We'll see. Sorry, I'm just concentrating on this. The worst people. You should have a giveaway for Tigger. That Tigger? No. Wiggle the frame. Wiggle the frame. All right, so that is actually quite sturdy. It's definitely okay. So let's do sideways. That's sideways with the Anet, with the A8, and this, well, the table's moving. And that's much more force. That is a much sturdier frame than that. It is a much sturdier frame than the A8. Yes, that's the plan, Robert. That's part of the reason why I really want to go to Bay Area Maker Fair. It's to get to know these companies, which I'll most likely never be able to come across unless I go to the US. Next up, these two. We're almost there, guys. We really are almost there. Okay. Let me. That's one. That's two. And hold on, let me see if I missed a step or something just in case. No. So the fan goes on the outside. You guys see? Yes, you can. That goes there. That goes there. I don't know. This build seems that, well, this kind of setup seems really solid. I'm kind of impressed right now. I still have to see exactly how it's going to fare, but it looks solid. Okay. Now, that goes there. That goes there. So I kind of don't want to force this. I want to make sure that this is in line. And that's not going to be very easy to do as of right now, but I can actually do something. So, what is my job? I am the head of payments and risk operations for a very large online company, an e-commerce company. Obviously, I cannot say the name. I'm just amazed at how fast and smooth this build has gone, simpler than the Mac 2. It's true. I'm going to be honest. This was very easy build so far. To be so random, he just purchased one of these and is starting his channel. He has 100 subscribers. His goal is 110. Awesome. Have you broken any of your printers by trying something stupid? Not really. And it's not because I've tried something stupid. The thing is, I'm the kind of person, I was having this discussion today with someone I talk to quite often on Twitter. And that is, I like doing quite a bit of research before I take any decisions, no matter what they are. And why do I feel, hold on. Sorry, I'm just checking something. All right, there it is there. I do quite a lot of research into something before I actually do it. So, so no, whatever I do is usually calculated. I just want to do it right. Because there, no, what I wanted to do is this. I just want to check something. 27. Just want to check. Ooh, see? That is way far off. This has to be somewhere there. There. So, that is, by the way, how I calculate the distance. So what I do is, in order to try to get the rods as aligned as possible, is I take the measurements at the bottom from one axis to the next, from one lead screw to the next, and that is 327 millimeters. And up here it was around 324. So I just have to literally just slightly push them outwards to get it to be the same size. I'm just going to check something very quickly. Sorry, I know you guys cannot see. Well, that's pretty much there. And like that, I know they're almost perfect. So, I won't, Keith. I won't. That's all I'm going to tell them. I won't tell them the rest, I promise. I have the most awesome community in the 3D printing universe. You are absolutely all awesome. So, let me... And now, next step for me is to align the rods. The height of the rods, at least. So that's 15 mils. And that is about 15 mils. Okay, that is secured. I have the Anet A6 that uses the same as carriage. That thing is a tank. It does look like it. It really does. It's awesome. Your job must make it a bit easier when having a dispute with Gearworst. I just know how to handle myself, put it that way, if I have a dispute with them. Hey Lauren, thanks for dropping by. How's it going with the heat sock for the Trinus? I should have one coming, also in pink. Okay, that is there. Doug relieved back in the couch or left for this a Saturday evening with Joe. Hey Ritual, well, almost done. Not there yet, but almost. So, fan shroud and fan. This is going here. We need 2, 3M, and 3. I spoke to Michael and he mentioned that it makes a huge difference. So I am really looking forward to trying it out. M3 by 10. There they are. These look like M3 by 10s. Oopsie. Sorry. I went from a 30-degree drop to a 2-degree drop. Awesome. Ritual? Explosions for... Not yet. Not yet, but the night's still young. You were saying? The first screw to fall. So... Can you please show us how the wires attach to the hot end? Well, from what I see, I can show you. It's not a problem to a certain extent because now I've attached it. But the normal way, I guess. Ooh, I can't pull it any further. It's the normal way. You have a thermistor that goes into the heat block, and also, well, a heater that goes into the heat block. Same thing, just wires coming out. So that's one. And then we have M3x6. Small ones. Stay. Go. Where do these go? These go here. Hey Nella, how's it going? Could you add an A3D V6 hot end to the A6? I probably could. The way it's set up, it looks like... Actually, to be completely honest, I would be much happier to put a Titan Aero on this. If it turns out to be as solid as I think it will because of the way it's set up, a Titan Aero, it's an expensive add-on because it costs more than half than the actual printer, but that would be an awesome add-on. How's it going, Nilla? By the way, Nilla, I saw your last upload. Sorry, not the last one, the one before. And go for it. YouTube, yes, whatever your heart desires in terms of YouTube, go for it. It requires a lot more time, but it'll be worth it. Trust me. And also, sorry I couldn't join yesterday for the community stream. I was just absolutely dead tired yesterday. I was talking to Ryan and I completely dropped on my pillow. Okay, so now we need X limit switch, Bondtech extruder. That Bondtech, it's Swedish. It's it costs more than the printer. So, 3 more things to add now. We have the fan. Now, man, you're one of... I started my channel just after you did. And for those, I think it was a couple of months before that you started the channel. And I've always loved your content. I've always loved the way you speak to people. I love the way that people will ask you questions, get involved in whatever you do. And I definitely think you should pursue YouTube more thoroughly. I really, really think you should. So, these, I think. No, these. These are M3s by 25. And go in there. Oh. Hold on. I want to break something now. The BMG is only $80. Okay. Referring to Skynet. Actually, Jonathan, for the Anet A6, I was thinking of actually, to be completely honest, I ordered and has arrived this morning the Titan extruder, not the Titan Aero, the Titan extruder, because the Titan extruder is actually has gone really cheaper now. It's about, I think I got it for about 35 euros. Granted, it doesn't have the hot end included, but it's actually a very good deal, and it includes a 0.9 degree stepper motor. So it was worth a shot for me. Bondtech Titan or Flexion? I have not tried Bondtech yet, so I can't compare those. But I have tried Flexion. And I'm still in the process of trying it out even more, but the Titan Aero, it kind of worked. It was a bit more complicated to put together because it requires a complete reassembly, whereas the Flexion is just changing the outer part of the extruder and changing a few parts, but everything's included. Whereas the Titan Aero, you have to print a lot of parts. For the one-hot duplicator i3 Plus, there's no standard parts. I'm still trying to design them. So it was a bit more complicated. However, the way it works, it seems much better. It's much more refined in terms of printing, especially if you include a stepper motor. And apart from that, I still have to try actual really good flexible material for it. Is this A6 the previous version of the A6? I actually have no idea. I don't know what the difference was. Ian Van Dyke, what precisely does a MOSFET do? Let me show you. Let me show you what it does. That's what it does. Nice. So that's done. Oh no, there's the limit switch as well. Now the limit switch has to go in that way. And we need two self-tapping screws, which are over here. Those two. So that's probably the best explanation you'll ever find of what a MOSFET does. Self-tapping screws, my baloney. No, at least it's tight, so it's fine. Almost tight. Okay, okay. I'm happy with that. So I'm liking this. I'm really liking this. In that picture, Mr. MOSFET is the dummy. He's doing all the work. All right, now, belt. So let's see. Okay. So this has to go there. Sorry guys, I'm gonna try. Okay, this is wow. Okay. So I found the first, well, it's looks a bit, well, not complicated, but actually there is a way, an easy way of doing it. So let's do that. And no, you cannot do that because there are screws all the way through. So let's try it that way. And we'll take this. That's one. That's two. So that goes there. Now, so I'm going to guessing that goes in there. All right. Everything's still working. Just announce it. Announce what? How rigid does the frame feel? Ah, okay. I've seen people complain about that one, that on these. This, so sideways, pretty much, literally barely any movement. Forward and backward, I'm going to be very honest, and this might hurt a few people. Backwards and forwards, there's much more wobble on the Prusa. This is, even though this is acrylic, there is, okay, fair enough, this part is a bit, but in terms of the whole frame moving, this is very rigid. Bro, hey Tony. I'm impressed so far. So, let me do these and cable ties. Exactly. It actually feels stiffer than the Mark II. And it kind of occurred to me that it might be as soon as I started looking at all the screws and acrylic parts and looking at the it won't stay like that. I wouldn't be completely surprised. Okay, come on. So that's one. Okay. This is the only thing I hate about these. It's how you have to tighten the belts. So that goes there. Oh no, Don, don't get me wrong. The Prusa is a very good printer. It's a very good printer. So much so, I don't know if you can see this thing here. This is the front wing of the OpenRC 2017 version. And it's being printed in a very, very, very particular filament, which I cannot talk about. At least not till hopefully next Tuesday, because it's still in testing phase and it will be released officially on Tuesday by Filamentum. So I'll be able to tell you more then. But I'm trusting the Prusa for that. And that's the thing with the Prusa. I trust it. This might be a rigid printer. It doesn't mean I will trust it. It all depends. We'll see how it treats me. So. Let's see. That seems tight enough, I think. I don't know. Hold on. Exactly. I completely agree. And that's how it is. I mean, there's no loyalty with us to anyone. And that is kind of part why I like when I can buy the printers myself. Because one, you don't offend anyone. Secondly, no one's going to tell you, you're saying that because, you got it for free or blah, blah, blah and all that. Because ultimately, even if I did get it for free, I'm still gonna say everything that I have to say about it. Whether it's good or bad. The Sigma, I'm loving it. Doesn't mean I haven't had issues with it. It's not perfect. No printer is, especially this one. Sorry, I'm concentrating on this and I'm trying to talk. Oh, Jimmy's here. You summoned the troll. No, I didn't summon the troll. The troll was summoned by Sven, apparently. I don't know why. So you know what? Let me just prepare that first. I don't know why I don't think of these things first. So I am going to prepare the cable tie, just like that. Then I'm going to throw it in there. And then I'm going to tighten this as much as I can without breaking anything. Or I'm going to try. So hold on. Hold on. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Thank you. It's my my Festina. I like my watches. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw it there. There. Sorted. There, all done. It's much easier. I keep forgetting. Throw in the cable tie first. Then just pull with one hand and tighten the cable tie afterwards. Now, that's the second one. So, okay. Now this one. There. Not exactly tight, but good enough. That's very good. All right, so. Yes, exactly. 3 hands. Not sure that's enough. So, okay. Wow. Okay. Screen. We're almost there. Very, very, very few parts left to put together before we switch to the sun. I was hoping this wouldn't take too long because I know that Angus is doing a live stream tonight. And remove seal after washing. I don't know if you guys can see that. See the sticker here? This says remove seal after washing. So I cannot use this because I need to wash it first. So M3x7. Look at some pics now. The frame of this looks substantially better than the 8. It does. Well, not just, it doesn't just look better, it actually is. It really is. Okay, so we need 3 screws, nuts. Okay, let's start getting some nuts and bolts out. So we have these 4. And 3x7 pillars and 3x30 screws. 4 of these. This should be here. This should be there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we will start with screw and pillar. Wow. Screw, screw, pillar, screw. And that goes there. And these go in there. There. So you guys can see what I'm doing. So that goes there. 3. Uncle Jesse, if you're still watching, are you by any chance going to Maker Faire? The Bay Area Maker Faire would absolutely be awesome to catch up. Now that that's done, go through there. All right, goes there. There. Okay, so all of that is there. No, okay. So that's why it was becoming a bit difficult. Hey, Starship and Steel, how are you finding it? Need to put on because the shared same board. Yep. So let me take this off for a second because I used the wrong sleeves. I was supposed to use the smaller ones. All right. Sorry, I'm not exactly following on the chat, and I really should be. There. So I just really want to get this together, so once it starts printing, I can then follow up on the questions, do Q&A, answer you guys. Okay, so that is weird. There, that's more like it. It's there, that's there, that's there. Okay, so first these go in here. Come back here. Yeah. Cable management on these, I don't think there will ever be a way to make them look good, except if you do what I did on the A8, and that is to print the cable chains. It's just the neatest way to do it. It looks good. Also, it's very entertaining when you're watching it print. 1, 2, 3, 4. Next is this. One. I will always, wherever I can, I will always suggest to people or encourage people to build a kit rather than buy a pre-built printer, because it's amazing how much you actually learn about how printers work. And you tend to, it tends to become a bit counterintuitive as to what you're supposed to look for. Hold on, 'cause something is snagging with something. There, that's fine. It kind of becomes easy then to diagnose issues that you have with the printer. So that goes there. Now, board. This is looking good. I'm liking this. Board is on the other side. Joe. There. We need 4 of these. Easier to buy a Raspberry Pi and a print, then you don't have to touch any more buttons on the printer. It's true. Also make it easier once you want to upgrade something on your printers. I'm thinking about doing that. Recommend Octoprint? Absolutely. At least I'm saying absolutely. I haven't done mine yet, and I do have a Raspberry Pi. I just need to, well, learn how to put it together, do a video about it, and show you guys. M3 by 25. There's no M3s by 25. There's M3 by 30. Yeah, Patrick. 2, 3, 4. So I need 1, 2, oopsie, 3. Let me do it this way. 1, 2. Oh. Okay, so this will probably be easier if I do it the other way around. So I don't have to mess around with this. Let me do this. 1, 2. That's 3. One stream will help. What? An Octoprint right now. Show us your Raspberry Pi. Actually, I think I can. Give me a few minutes. Remind me when I put this to print. When it starts printing, I'll take it out. I'll get the Raspberry Pi out of the closet. All right. That's 1. That's 2. Yay. So stay. Absolutely. If you're not a subscriber of 3D Printing Nerd, you definitely should subscribe. Joel is absolutely awesome. And I'm going to get to hang out with him. and I'm really looking forward to it, actually. I'm going to be... I'm going to be hanging out with Dustin, Jetman. Hopefully Lauren will be able to make it. Pyro Design, Joel, Chuck Hallebuck, Jerry from Barnacles. So yeah, it'll be awesome. Okay, so that is done. Now, we're almost at wiring. And for those of you wondering, that didn't sound right. I did try this, and it was working. But I just heard something in there. So, it'll be interesting. Thanks, Thomas. Have you confirmed if you're coming, Lauren? Please say you have. Please say you're coming. Now, we need 3M3 by 12. Get the night vision goggles ready. Yes. I think I'm going to be needing much more than that. Now, trying to figure out. Okay. So, sorry, I'm just trying to find out where. Doesn't make much sense. Let me do these first, down here. Ah, all right, okay, further down. All right. Nope. There maybe. Yeah, this should do it. Who's his birthday? And that would be so much fun. We're looking at flights and everything tonight. I actually, quick question. Because I'm obviously going to be there before, way before. So I'm wondering if I need to kind of book flights in advance to fly, for example, from Las Vegas to Los Angeles, or do I just do like they do in the movies and go to the airport and say, give me 2 tickets to Los Angeles on your next flight out? I can leave that no, I can't leave it like that for now. But I can't leave it like that. Okay, how many printers do you have at the moment? I think the number is 11 at the moment. So that is there. Have you guys noticed how clean I have kept everything? I'm pretty proud. Usually it's a huge mess by the time I finish a build. Okay, that's done. What else? What else? What else? Now, okay, this goes there. Well, I guess it's time for wiring now. Okay, would make most likely be cheaper and more option flights. Also, do they allow checked-in baggage for short flights? See, so nowhere in the instructions did it actually mention anything about the Z-axis switch. Nowhere at all. However, I can see where it goes. That is, there are a couple of small holes there. And that's where it's going to go. Z end stop, exactly. The Z limit switch is here. Air travel is more expensive to some because if I had to rent a car and, for example, if I had to drive from LA to San Francisco myself, I'd still have to rent a car, pay fuel, and it's also, what I recently found out, is 8 hours of drive. So I found flights for like $65. And I'd rather pay that and fly and be there in a couple of hours. Yes, pretty much Starship, they're exactly the same, just as awesome. Okay, so now we just need to start, I think, attaching things. These were extras, cable management, which I won't be entirely doing now. Maybe I'll do some, but not too much. Next. So that is the fan. This is the other fan. Czech Republic has cheerful and cost me to fly to other side of Canada a couple of years back. Exactly. Ouch. Okay, fair enough. So what'd you guys suggest? Would it be better to drive or to fly from Los Angeles to San Francisco? What would you suggest? 8-hour drive versus about an hour and 15 minutes worth of flight. Okay, let's start putting things together here. So this is X end stop. This is hood and fan. Fan 1. Fan 1. And I'm guessing the other one is fan 2. If not, we'll just swap around. It can be a nice driver. You can sit in traffic for an additional 6 hours. Of the 8-hour drive. Depends on the company. Company will be the wife. So it'll be good company. On the cost of a flight, in all honesty. The flight at the moment is like $65 per person. So I don't know if there's checked-in baggage included in that. I would hope it is. But if not, I can't imagine it being that much more expensive. So this is extruder thermistor. Okay, one end. I'll leave those there for now. Z end stop. Okay. Hotbed thermistor goes there. Sorry guys, I just want to make sure that I get this right. So, extruder heater. Is it normal that beside the nozzle a bolt is loose? I guess it is the thermistor sensor. No, it shouldn't be loose. It really shouldn't be loose. That's exactly the way I would have put it, Warden. And that's the thing I really want to do the coast. I've driven in the US before and I've enjoyed it. I tend to drive in every country that I go to, no matter where it is. So it's not really an issue for me. So heatbed extruder. Heatbed extruder power supply. Let me just confirm. What end? Yep. Ouch. Oopsie. That didn't sound right. So let's do this. Where is it? There. So sorry guys, once again, I'm hidden back here, which I'm hopefully within the next 20 minutes, we should have a working 3D printer. Unless something has gone horribly wrong in the power supply from this afternoon when I checked it out and tried it and made sure it works. So it's a very good idea. You can play. Yes. Sorry, I forgot. I completely forgot that this comes off. Always forget that. Always. Thank you. What is your favorite 3D printer? One that doesn't make me swear and that works reliably. Favorite type of 3D printer would be a Delta. I love my Deltas. I absolutely love Deltas. I find them absolutely fascinating. No, I'm not suffering actually. I keep in mind that I tend to take a bit longer when I'm doing. Actually, it hasn't been 4 hours. I've started the stream 2.5 hours ago actually. So did I read that right? It almost makes 4 hours. It'll be just fine as long as you don't let the smoke escape. Right. Let's see which is the plus and which is the minus. So hold on. That's one and that's two. Okay, so power is there. Next up, this is, what is this? Fan one. Where did this come off? Let's put it there. Okay, that is the heat bed. That goes there. Right. Let me catch up a bit. I love watching Delta's printing. Exactly, Michael, that's why. Days on, off, assembly day 1, electronics day 2. Really, it's really very easy and documented like a Lego assembly. Yes, agree. Chris, non-productive. I agree. The assembly is very easy to follow. Very, very easy to follow. Okay, so these are bed thermistor, which goes where? Extruder thermistor, hotbed thermistor. S6, that goes there. Hotbed thermistor. Bed thermistor. And the lovely, see, the other thing that I'm noticing is it feels like the wire gauge for the heat bed, it feels like it should be a bit thicker. I don't know what gauge is this, but it has to be at least 18. I think it's about 18 gauge or 20 gauge. I would have preferred maybe 16 or 14. The thicker, the better. Drive to Sonoma or Santa Clara. Nice. I will, while I'm in San Francisco, I might not have time because we arrived there on the 19th. The fair is on the 20th and 21st, and we leave, well, we'll leave on the 23rd, so we'll have a couple of days to us there. But we'll be in New York, where I'm hoping to meet up with Preston from Press Reset. We'll be in Vegas, where I just want to, I don't gamble, I just want to eat. Can I just say that actually this connector seems much more secure than the A8. I'm still not going to trust it. I'm still going to solder the wires directly. But yeah. Next up, LCD screen. LCD screen J3. So which one is the J3? J3 goes there. And that one goes there. Okay, next. Wow, we're just about ready. I'm not going to put this on just yet. These, no, I'm not going to manage. I'm going to have to do some cable management here. I'm not going to be too long, but I need to do some cable management just in case. Hey, Victor. Thanks, Gabriel. I truly appreciate it. So that goes, that looks just about right. I'm not too concerned with the length of these. I have quite a few extras, so. Let us begin. Someone has to come up with a better way of doing cable management. Seriously, someone really has to come up with a better way. Stay there. Although I have kind of developed a way, and that is to twist this part out and then just kind of roll it in. Okay, I just want, usually this is the part of the cable management which I don't really leave to chance. Simply because there's just too much going on here. So I'll just do this part and I'm happy. It'll be good enough. Just enough to put this through there. I've been tempted to buy some zips for clothing and sewing. Actually, Ryan, 3D printed Aspie, has brought cable management down to a form of art by braiding cables, and it looks gorgeous. It's definitely not something I would do on a live build though. He might. Yeah. Okay. Come on, a bit more. Bit more. And we're almost there. I just realized something. I'm doing the cable management. I didn't even plug in but that's fine. At least it's just one cable. Ooh, I just realized I forgot to do something here. End stops up here. Hold on. Before I forget these, because these are important. That goes there. Yeah, right. That's one. Almost ready. A bit more there, there. That's fine. I'll be doing this again eventually. Now, this is interesting because if there are cable management, cable chains prints for this, it'd be interesting to see where they are attached because it's not a 3D printed part. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how people manage that. Now, this is more important right now. So, let's see, one extruder. This is what I want. Extruder goes here. That's there. What is a good 3D printer kit? A good 3D printer kit. What's your budget? How much do you want to spend? See, this is why I should have done it before. It would have made life much easier. Excuse me, guys, I'm going down. So that's one. Every kit that I have had never worked. It depends why it didn't work though. Was it a matter of blue smoke? Oopsie. Did it blow up? Did the main board not work? How much did it cost? Because so far every kit that I got had some form of an issue or another, which could have been fixed or has been fixed. Just needed a bit of TLC. So that's Z. Let me get these out of the way because they're starting to bug me. X. It's here. Put this from here. Oh no, Tika wasn't a kit. Tika wasn't even a 3D printer. But I still would have loved to get my hands on one. Why the extruder stepper wire is not in the cable management loom? Yes, because I did the cable management loom and only then did I realize that I forgot to include the... Don't judge me, okay? I'm going to leave it out. At least for now. And the Y. So, now we have two options, guys. I have pre-sliced a benchy. I pre-sliced it because Simplify 3D also has a profile for the Anet A6, which was very surprising actually. As surprising as knowing that it had an A8 profile. So, do I go ahead and just print out my version of the sliced benchy? Or would you guys rather go with what was supplied with the printer? Which I will know will probably suck because, well, they always do. Power, Joe. Power, dude. And stepper. Hold on. That would have been funny. No power. Wondering why there's no power. So, Z-stepper goes there. And power. No cost SLA printers. Moai and OneHow D7. I've heard very good things on both. The Moai is still in pre-production. The D7 is out and being produced, mass-produced. The D7 has a few flaws. And the flaws are mainly the fact that the bed doesn't move the resin about, so it tends to become stale in there. All right, Sven, thank you very much for hanging out, man. Get good prints of the teacup. Watch and pray to the guy that get it right. Leonardo, I'm up for that challenge. Yep, that's what I'm doing now, the holy. Completely forgot it. That's what happens when I talk. So, let me see exactly where the plus and the minus is. I'm gonna rest it like this. There. If you guys know anyone who wants to sell me a Tico, I'll buy it. I will buy it because I am always up for a challenge. I really am. And I'd love to get my hands on one and see how it fares with me. Okay, I think... Wait, hold on. Let me just do this so I can get these out of the way. Okay. I want to plug it in. It's 112, no 911 here. Shall we plug this in? What do you guys think? Should we? You're a file. Okay, so my file it is. Just grab this. I'm going to throw it straight away in here so it's ready. And I'm hoping that this doesn't blow up. So, just in case the screen goes blank, just give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. Ooh, fancy. Okay, so let us see. Now, printer is ready. Let's see. Oh, this is much better. So what I'm thinking is the wires are switched. That works. Let's see this one. Hold on. Let's see what happened here. Okay. I think I know what happened here. This should have worked. Let me just turn the limit switch the other way, just in case. Make sure it's connected properly, which it is. The sound of success. I think they do it. I think they do something almost almost, but it didn't. I really do think that printers do that noise on purpose on the first time. I mean, if a 2,600 euro printer did that, which was the Sigma, I'm starting to think every printer does that. It's a pre-requirement. Let me try again. And this time, I'll try to stop it with my finger, actually. So, let's see how it goes like this. Ah. Nope. It's gonna do it again. So, this Z-axis switch is not working. Now, unfortunately, it's the switch itself that is not working. Okay, I'm gonna try to wing it here and see if I short the wires out, if it works. And I'll see if that works. If that doesn't work, then it means it's the board. If it's the board, then well, there's not much I can do. Piece of wire. I'm looking for a piece of wire. Piece of wire anywhere? Anything? Anywhere? Nothing? No? Okay, so we'll do this way then. You can test end stops from menu. X and Y switches switched on the main board. Let me check. X and Y. Shouldn't have been. S6, SY. Nope, they look fine. Let me just. Nope, they're fine. Let me see if I can try something. Kids, don't try this at home. I'm going to try. I'm trying to think how I can do this. Yeah, this should work. Nope. No. So, let me. There always has to be one. I'd have to, in order to type the commands, I would need my laptop, which is not here right now. But, no worry, let me try something, hold on. So. We can actually do that. Okay, so we'll try this once again. I will, Thomas. I really will. So I'm going to try to see if it's the switch. Yep. Nope. We'll try this again. I cannot see what I'm doing. No, it's resetting. Hold on. No. No. So, no, I actually shorted out the end stop wires. So let's say, for example, okay, let me do this. So Z end stop. I'm going to switch the. I'm going to check something. I'm going to the easiest way possible, which is switch the Z end stop with the Y end stop. So all I have to do is press this and that will stop, because I know that this works because it just did. If it does, okay. Ooh. No, that one's not working. Stop. So this is really weird because now that one is not working. So it's a bit frustrating. So this is on no. X, Y not mixed. No, no. This is just not working. Okay. So I figured out what the issue is. It just occurred to me now. What I'm doing is what probably a lot of beginners would be doing. I was looking at how they were labeled, not at how they should be. Because this was labeled as Y. This or else I just mix the end stops around. Please accept my apologies. So let's try it again, shall we? I must have missed the mixed up the switches. So my fault. Mea culpa. It's not the printer's fault. Oh, sorry, you guys have to see this, right? So I'm going to just level the bed now. Wow, that actually doesn't look half bad. What I'm going to do, I want to position. Move axes by 10. I want to move the z-axis, but it only gives me x and y. Let's try 1 millimeter. Okay. It's actually fairly quiet. Just to go. It does work perfect. So that is 13. That is 29 actually. 29. Okay, so that is fine. So I'm going to home again. And then I'm gonna grab some of this. Did you notice that this was already assembled? So I am going to disable steppers. And then wow, okay. All right, this cannot be there. Sorry guys, I'm just leveling this just a bit. Hey Lauren, wish me like, oh, awesome, have fun. Careful of the labels and don't do live builds. Now the thing is, the other issue with this is the z-axis. You cannot actually adjust it. It's at a fixed point. This is annoying. So I think the way it is, it should be enough for us to actually print. So we're printing. I'm guessing you guys want to zoom. No, wait, hold on. Hold on. I know what you guys are going to tell me. Hold on. No. I'm trying to find the preheat PLA. Control. Ooh. Change filament function. That's interesting. So, I'm trying to find a simple... I said stop. Now it comes to change filament. Prepare, there it is. Okay, preheat PLA, that's fine. So, yep, very similar to it. At least it looks like it. How's that? Okay, I have no idea how that went dead. I did a tom. It looks fine now. Let me just check if the batteries are okay. They seem fine. Okay. I think I might have switched it off. Leave this here for now. It's fine. We're like family anyway. Ah, yep. They're gone again. There you go. Okay. There you go. That should fix it. I'm actually just going to leave it here. That is really nice. Have you ever worked with a Cubify Cube 2 from 3D Systems? No, I have not. All the printers I have worked with are pretty much behind me. It is actually... Can I just say that it is printing really nicely? And it is really quick. And this is standard, well, at least I did mine at 50 millimeters a second. This looks much quicker and much more accurate. The holy, yeah. Would you like to work with a Cubify Cube 2? I actually, let me check, because I have no idea what it is. Cubify Q2, ultra precise 3D scanners. Ooh, nice. Ah, Cube. All right, okay, I know which one it is. I'm gonna be honest. I want to work with every printer I can. I love 3D printing. I'm loving this. So the more printers I try, the more I learn. Can I just say that that was a relatively easy build with no major malfunctions. Very good instructions, apart from the ZN stuff, obviously. That would have... I'm really impressed. Simplify 3D. I'm gonna try. Unfortunately, I cannot get the camera any closer, but I can get the printer closer. So, sit, wait. Let me get it even closer. Do you want them? Yep, yeah, there. All right. Hey, what do you think about Core XY printers? I'm planning to build Core XY. I have, I think it's called an H type or an H core, where it has a stepper motor on one of the axes that moves. And I find them really good, really solid. It's the EV160. So, the Q5 Cube 2 sucks. My robotics team had one and completely broke, and the Cube won't help fix it. Nice. We are now getting the i3 Mark II. You're probably better off in that case. Can you give us an idea what it sounds like? What sounds like? What the printer sounds like? Why can't you hear it? It's actually really quiet. Want to buy one of my printers? Honestly speaking, I really don't want to sell any of them. First of all, I am not done with any of them. There's still much more things I need to do, and I I I was having this discussion today with Flowalistic. I find it really hard to let go of the printers. I really do. Okay. What setup? Well, hold on. Would you share supply through on for your printers? Yes, of course. I tend to share. Sorry, pardon. Excuse me. I tend to share them on Dropbox. Whoever asks me to. If I don't, it's probably because I forget. So, yep, I agree. I did use Cura for a bit, but unfortunately, it keeps crashing on my PC, which is why I don't use it much. But I just find Simplified 3D much easier, and now I'm really used to it. So in terms of setup, what do I have as setup? I have the Roadlink Filmmaker kit as my mic. I have currently you're watching me on a Canon EOS 760D, which I think is the Rebel TX. I think it's the 6i in US. But I also have a Panasonic Lumix G7. It's in the bag right now. I'm just waiting for external batteries and I have some new SD cards which are coming along, so I can start using that. This is a Logitech C930E. Yeah, that's it. I use OBS. I have a what's the capture card is called? Oh my god, Game Capture HD. I think it's called. I'm trying to remember the name. It's not AverMedia. I completely forgot the name. A2 and A3. Yeah, I probably could. I'll ask Gearbest. Hey, Flowalistic. He's here. Cut my hair really short to try to look like you. See, the thing is, when you have hair like mine, it tends to make the lights look better because it kind of reflects off and it lights up the room even more. But yes, I cannot leave my printers. I tend to use all of them at some point. I might not use them all the time, but I do use them all. I've taken a few photos and some videos. Man, it looks awesome. It looks really awesome. I'm just waiting for very high-speed Samsung SD cards to arrive. Once they do, I'm going to start. Actually, I'm going to record the first 4K episode for an unboxing of a very special printer. It's still not out on the market yet. It will be in a few months, but I got dibs on reviewing it, and I'm very excited about it. It's from a Dutch company, and that's gonna have the first 4K. If you want some cloud space for the fashion, we can host you on our NAS. Just let me know if you're interested. Thanks, Steve. That would be thank you. I appreciate it. I think I should still have some space on my Dropbox account, but thank you. This so far is looking good. I mean, it's not looking perfect, but it's looking really good. What lens did you get with it? So with the Canon, this is a standard 18-55mm lens. I do have my baby, which is the 2470 L series Canon lens. I do have a 50mm fixed 1.4 aperture lens on the Canon. For the Lumix, I got the 14-140 lens, but I might get an adapter so I can use my Canon lenses. Nick, do you happen to have the Anet A6? Yes, it's right here. It's this orange thingy here. So, quickly pause the print. Press the electric tape. What's printing again? So also, oh yes, awesome news. I was offered, and it's on the way, to play with a mosaic palette. How awesome is that? Yeah, I'm going to be playing with a mosaic palette. And for those of you who don't know what a mosaic palette is, it's basically a box. It's an extension to any printer out there, where you feed it 4 different color of filaments, same filament, and it does all this magic, and it kind of splices filaments together, and it comes out in just one single line, and it just splices them together, and it feeds into the existing extruder, and you can print in 4 different colors. How much would you be asking for it? Oh, okay, that's Chris. Camel on the tanks, yes, exactly, that would be awesome. Mosaic palette, or palette. I call it a palette. This is printing really nicely. But it'd be great. Yes. All right, Stephen. See you in a bit. It's, I know it's made in Canada. I don't know if it's in Toronto. I can actually check. Let me check because I have the email confirmation. So I'm not trying to be rude by looking at my mobile. Just checking to see if it says where from. Excuse me. I'm getting a dry throat. Ontario. No, Toronto. Sorry, because from Toronto it went. Oh, yeah. Toronto, Ontario. Yes. So, Toronto. That's where it's made. That's where it's coming from. Not been tempted with the diamond nozzle? I've been very tempted with the diamond nozzle. The Olsen Ruby. Oh, yes. This I don't need. This can stay here for now. I don't mind it. This is looking really good. Rob, I agree. As long as you don't print the supply G code. For some reason, they tend to mess that up. It's a shame, but I mean, it's no big deal. This, if this comes out good, this will be the first printer to ever spit out a perfect print right from the get-go. I have to say though that, yeah, I would definitely recommend this over the Anet, the A8. I I'm really liking the way it's working, the way it's printing right out the box. I like that it wasn't a complicated build. I like that it's solid. I like the menu with the turn dial and the graphics LCD. What I don't like so far, the cable connection for the heat bed. So I will definitely solder those directly to the heat bed. I will still do the MOSFET upgrade as I did with the A8. If I do find cable management, I will do it. I will probably put a build tack on this because I have some coming on the way. I'll see what I can print actually, but definitely that. Also a cover for the PSU with a fused power switch. But I have to say I prefer this than the A8. Is the mainboard connector hot for the heat bed? I was about to drop this. I'm not using, I'm going to be honest. Hold on. This, not even the bed is that hot. I've only set the heat bed at 45 degrees, so I'm not using high. Leandro, I think I've answered the question before you asked it. Yes, hell, this. Why, I don't know why the A8 is more popular than this. This is awesome. Cheers, Jimmy. Have a good night, man. Yeah, that's Victor. I completely agree. I'm really surprised that people go for the A8 and not this. This is awesome. This is something else. I'm impressed. Do the ripples and tape get in the way of a flat bottom of the print? Yes, they do. They definitely do. Nice. Actually, Boxing, that's a very good idea. I will definitely try that. But that's the thing. A8, okay, it's about $30 cheaper for the A8, but I'd still rather have this. The build was better, the quality is better, the rigidity is more, the screen. No, I would recommend this than the. I honestly will. The print quality might be the same. So far, I'm seeing it slightly better. especially at this speed, but we'll do one-to-one comparison with the two. I will install the same upgrades that I do on the A8, and I will compare them. Can I do the Anet A2? I can ask AliExpress. Actually, you know what? I can actually buy it and do it as a budget printer review. So yeah, I could. But first, there's the Velleman K8600 to do. Then there is the start. What settings do you generally use for your prints? So as a general rule, as a first print, I always do PLA. Most of the time, I'll use 195 to 200 degrees with most PLAs. I always do 200 millimeter layer heights, 3 lower layers and 4 upper layers, and 3 perimeters. I'll do 20% infill. I will go no more than 50 millimeters a second. I'll switch on retractions to about 2.5 millimeters at 40 millimeters a second. What else? Did I forget anything? Yeah, exactly. It's true. I know that this was much more expensive before, which is probably why the A8 was that popular. Yes, Big Ben. I did say Velleman K8600. Sorry, did I say K200? It was the favorite. Well, it was the favorite actually. It got top votes when I put the question out. So this is a democratic channel, and the majority won. Kevin, the advantages of a MOSFET is that if something had to go horribly wrong, it wouldn't fry your main board, basically. Micromake Delta. The Micromake Delta. Leveling was a bit iffy. Yes, it was. However, I ended up not using the bed leveling switch because I started using matter control for it. And that makes it much easier to level. True, but the thing is, I think it could be, but I believe that this is a much more advanced version, or it looks like an advanced version of the A8. I mean, the screen, the turn dial knob, the way the extruder is, the rigidity. It just looks like a much better version. I would have still done a few tweaks to it, but much better version than the A8. Don't get me wrong. I'm liking the A8. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the hell out of it because that's what riprap is all about. But it's surprising to me because for $30, I'm surprised this is not more famous than it is. How do I like matter control? It's actually very easy to use, I have to say. And I tend to use it mostly for calibration, also for bed leveling the deltas. It comes in very handy. I will do a video about it at some point after I finish my long list of videos to do. I don't use it all the time because of the custom supports that I tend to use. And also, if it's at some point it wasn't 64-bit, so it was struggling to take care of very complicated models. It's like 100 millimeter seconds on the one how? Don't try it, Lars. I mean, you can try it, of course, but yeah. I don't go over 40 millimeters a second on the Duplicator i3 Plus. Yeah, that's what they tend to do. They raise the price very slowly. This thing is looking awesome. No, I'm still using OBS, to be honest. Can you build an A8? I have. Oh, okay. I was like, why are you asking me, Chris? What is the best printer? One that works. If you could buy one microphone, which would it be? One that works. You give us charges $40 for AC power play. Ouch. Where's my one how troll? Actually, my one how. Sorry. Losing my voice again. So my one how troll is playing nice, actually. He's playing really nice. He reached out to me and kind of wants to do something together, which I'm all about the, you know, forgive and forget kind of attitude. I don't care. So we'll be talking about, you know, meeting up, have a coffee, chat, and be nice to each other. Well, thank you, Icicle Trapan. I think my 8 is going the way of the convert to laser engraver. You know what you should do? You should probably find a way to change it as you please. The bench is looking stunning from where I'm sitting. Is this cheap Chinese clone giving the original Prusa for its money? It's looking stunning. That's because it actually is looking stunning. It'll be a bit difficult for this to give the Mark II a bit of competition, to be honest. Keep in mind that while the Prusa is not cheap, there's a lot of things in prices and where that money goes. First of all, the Prusa uses a Rambo board. Now, I don't know if anyone's checked, but a Rambo board will cost you about 130 to 140 euros. That's about as much as this printer, just for the main board. So you start wondering. Plus, it has the auto leveling, the calibration, you have the customer support, you have the safety features in it, you have constant updates, and you have a product that comes from the person who invented this style of printers. Yes, Chris, it's exactly the same. You should look for some Ars 3D printers. They have 3D printed with real high quality parts, around for $100, print volume 26. Nice. Exactly. That's the thing. Prusa is running the real deal. How important or how much value do you place on a kit that includes an SD card? Um, I not much, to be honest. It's it's become kind of redundant to a certain extent because you can just simply state everything you need is here online. And I think the SD card is just something people throw in there just to get those people who don't have a 3D printer started with something. No, in my case, I think I have about 15 SD cards. So I have never really given any thought of it. I'm going to be completely honest. This came, I think it was a 32 gig micro SD card. I'm like, why? I mean, thank you, awesome. Why? And Prusa sends candy in the box. True, Mike. Exactly. They send candy in the box. Ultramark, happy to hear that. You know what? You're gonna be happy. Oh, wow. Yeah. With the Prusa, it's not just the hardware. It's the custom and awesome firmware, the custom slicer, awesome support. Exactly. And that's the thing, you know. I mean, obviously, he makes money out of the company, obviously. But it's not just that. And I mean, it's. Look at Joseph himself. I mean, he's a really down to earth guy. He went to Midwest Riff Rap Festival to just, meet up with fans and be involved in the community. And that's what he does. He's constantly getting involved. And he comments and he follows people on Twitter and he interacts. And that's part of what makes him so awesome. And he gives out every 3D printer he takes with him to first. He just gives them out, and it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Yeah, Rachel, I did, didn't I? Does Wreck-It Ralph require support? Yes, it does. Under his arms and between his legs. Any ideas where to get an aluminum 80 by 20 frame? I'm starting to think eBay. To be completely honest, in Malta, no one sells those, so I have to get those online, usually through eBay. Yeah, he gave the last printer to Zoe during the Midwest Murph. Murph? 10 years. This is looking really good. I tell you what we'll do, because I really want to give you a better shot at what this is looking like. There is a little bit of Z-banding, which doesn't really bother me much, to be completely honest. Now, let me fix this. Hold on. Unfortunately, that's as best that I can do from there. because I cannot move the camera any closer, but maybe, I can do this. Hey Deacon, build actually went fairly straightforward. It was not bad at all. Hold on, let me just move here a little bit. Makes my life much easier. They ship with DHL, it's fine. FedEx is a nightmare. Boxing, I completely agree. FedEx, nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. And I'm happy that it's not just me in Malta, actually. It really, I constantly have issues with them. I've been sent, ooh. Yeah, that's, oh. Oh, it didn't happen. It wasn't perfect. Hold on. It definitely was layer shift. So, maybe I messed it up when I moved it. Oh well, let's stop that. So, I love that reset button. Ooh, such a shame. I was actually not coming that bad. It was looking actually really nice. It had a bit of Z-banding, nothing major. But yeah, shame. But just for the sake of it, you know what? A6. Let me do the chest piece. So, from what I can see here, I need to possibly align the rods slightly more just to make sure they're fine. What else? What else? Probably slow it down a bit because that was quite fast. Extrusion, I'll calibrate it, but it looks like fine. Let's see. I have no idea what happened here though. And it's not even a layer shift. It seems like it's stopped for a couple of layers. Literally 2 or 3 layers. I didn't even notice. Ooh. That's where, oh, stop. Please stop. Hold on. I'm just adjusting on the fly. I tend to do that, yes. I prefer adjusting on the fly. Hey, no worries, Mike Vision. If I remember correctly, I said this at 50 millimeters a second, but that looked much faster than that. So I was saying FedEx. So I was sent a spool and a couple of samples by Polymaker. And they offered to send them to me for free, and I accepted, obviously. So they arrived in Malta. Now keep in mind, it was a box of samples and one spool. So in total, it was like 1.5 kilos. And I got a call from FedEx telling me about this and that they want an invoice. And I told them these are samples, so I don't have an invoice for them. And they said, but we still want an invoice. So I said, okay. So I sent an email to Polymaker. I'm like, would you mind sending me an invoice for customs? So they said, of course, all right. So they sent them an invoice directly to them, and they said the cost at $1 because it's samples. I got a call back from FedEx telling me it's not acceptable. The amount has to be more. Okay, so I contacted Polymaker again, and I told them the amount has to be more. So they said the value at $10. They sent it back to FedEx. FedEx got back to me saying the amount has to be 27 euros in order for us to release them, or else we won't release them. So FedEx Customs were dictating how much the item has to cost for me to pay taxes on it. Ugh. Yes, ice sculpture fine. No, it was X and Y. X and Y and stuff. So you were right in the first time. All right, Stephen, thank you very much, man. Thank you for watching. So let me fix this again. The samples. Oh, my throat's. Yeah, AliExpress, they fail sometimes. When was it? When was it? I posted a photo on Twitter. I checked printer, and it was like $200. And I checked the shipping, it was like 21,000 euros. This is the chess piece. Was your first printer the Prusa? I wonder how your perceptions would have been changed if you had built one of the more troublesome kits first. Actually, Tony, my first 3 printers, which I received in one go, were the Prusa, the Micromake Delta, and the One-How Duplicator i3 Plus. And out of those 3, the first printer I put together and used was the Micromake Delta. And it was a painful experience because the instructions were videos in Chinese. It was complicated, and it took me a whole day to get it to print. But I loved it. I really did. May have been a minimum amount that they had to pay to Maltese Custom. Yeah, possibly. Rachel, that escalated quickly. So I'm wondering if maybe I messed up this when I moved it around. Which could be. But yeah, we'll try this again. Not tonight though. Tonight we'll print something and that's it. I'm going to bed. It is 2 o'clock in the morning now. Oh, by the way, I counted the amount of spools that I have today. I have 86 spools of filament. So they're growing. This, Victor, is a Chinese chess piece. The first couple of layers will not be right because the alignment was different. So something I didn't tighten something right, but it's not a big issue. Ouch. Sorry to hear that, Bulgarian. I actually didn't, and the thing is, I didn't even realize I had that many, but I ordered some spools from Color Fab because I wanted some 2.85 millimeter filaments, and at the same time, some spools from E3D that I had ordered arrived. Next week, I have orders from Matter Hackers, which I put in 2 weeks ago, or last week arriving. I have some orders from 3D Prints, which I ordered. There's about another 6 spools there. No, there's some printing from the default SD card, just cause. Torwell from 3D Grottan. Is that Swedish? Sorry, Patrick. That's actually a good price. Although, if I'm completely honest, I love E3D nozzles too much. Sorry, I don't mean to yawn. It's not that I'm bored. I'm just tired. But I want to finish this. I want to print this. Which is actually not printing that bad, I have to say. All right, Mark. Thank you very much for dropping by, man. Appreciate it. Yes, Chris, I am. I was quite happy. Out of town during 3D meetup, as I did not want his price from the competition. Is everyone still on? Yeah, Austin Thomas. Subscribe to me and 3D Printing Nerd. And to Lauren at Buzz Designs. And to Dustin, the Jatman. And to Preston at Press Reset. Apira Design. Chuck Halleback. Nilla Bean. Subscribe to all of us. We're all awesome. Again, Anet has an official store on GearBest. Yes, and Angus and Tom. Sorry. And Make Anything, Devon, and Evan, and everyone, and Septoboxen, and to Ryan, and everyone. Hey Kevin, it is, and I will be printing washers, or will be using washers. Oops. You don't hope to be awesome, dude. You are awesome. That's it. That's the end of it. Ouch. Subscriptions are free. Oh. Let me check. There. So. But someone went, some ducky man on Twitter went to tell Joel that I want his Tico. I don't want his Tico. I want a Tico. It doesn't have to be Joel's Tico. Does everyone from live stream? Does everyone move from live stream to live stream? Lots of the same names from last night's hangouts. Yeah, most of the. I probably wasn't there because I was asleep. Not probably, I wasn't there. 3D printing groupies. Still want a Tico, not Joel's Tico. How did Joel end up being the discussion of the Tico? That was funny. I doubt it. Let's give it. I really do. I don't know why. I just wish I had invested in Tico and got a unit. I don't know. It's ultimately I think every company goes into this with a vision of doing something different and something great. Um, some make it, some don't, and it's a shame when they don't because the more the merrier. Um, but I still would have loved to see what I could have done with it. My nightlight Tico. Uh, all right. Yeah. Was it he got the backer unit but not the review unit, or the other way around? Because if I remember him saying correctly, that they didn't even know. Oh no, exactly. They didn't even know that he had backed it, or they didn't, or they knew he backed it, but they didn't know who he was, or something like that. Oh. Right. It's true, actually. I have to say that it looks much better. Although I've just noticed that it's actually printing at a 210 degrees, which is fairly high for PLA. But I'll let it slide because the same Chinese chess piece that I did on the Anet A8. It's not that I'm losing my voice. It's really weird. I've been sick for the past, I think, 3 weeks. I just cannot regain all my strength. There's always something. I'm at work and I get the chills and I get the aches and pains and I get a bit of fever and I'm okay the day after and then I'm just I know what the problem is, but I just I don't want to face it. um, Truth is, I need to rest. I'm not getting enough sleep. I don't care. I'll sleep when I'm dead. No, but I need to just push a bit more right now because with Bay Area Maker Fair coming in less than a month, Sorry, it's actually with me leaving for Bay Area Maker for less than a month. It means that I have to prepare a bit of material that I can schedule for uploading while I'm there. And then when I come back, it'll be quite busy with the videos that I'll be taking over there. I'll probably do a couple of live streams while there, hopefully. Yeah, Patrick, it is Jimmy. Jimmy's always the problem. Yeah, I know, Chris. I don't work in an office. I stress in an office. That's all I do. I stress. Well, this is almost finished. Well, almost. It's 40%. Hey, Kate. You need Brazilian vacations. I do, actually. Oh, man, honestly, I'd love a coffee right now. I really would. I even forgot to bring a can of Red Bull or something. But to be completely honest, I would rather have a coffee right now. It's almost done printing. I kind of did the boo-boo. And it stopped printing midway. Well, it shifted upwards midway, or there was a snag, or it stopped extruding midway. Something happened midway, so we stopped and started something else. Holy mother. That is Heather coffee stand. No, Heather is fast asleep, man. It's 20 past 2 in the morning. Wow. Sorry, I'm looking at the. Wow. 30 subscribers have subscribed since the beginning of the stream. So thank you. Wow, that is awesome. Caipirinhas. Sounds interesting. Yes, benching when I moved the printer. It's true, actually. It did happen when I moved the printer. I know I shouldn't have, but I did, so whatever. But this is printing. It's fine. It's another half an hour and it'll be ready. Ooh, 3D touch sensor. How would I slice this? Let's have a look. Oh. You know what? Ask Jimmy. Jimmy has actually managed to print this on the Prushai 3 Mark II. You know what? Actually, I want to print this. I want to print this on the Sigma. This looks amazing. Thanks, Thomas. Thank you very much, man. Have a good night. How many segments did I print for my XXE's cable chain? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. And they come in pairs of 4. So 28 divided by 4. which is 6, 7, 7, 7, 7 files basically. So how would I slice this? I would probably do this at, oh, that's gorgeous. I would definitely do this at 100 microns, no more than 40 millimeters a second. I'd probably set the retraction at about 3.5 mils for this. Depending on the material, I'd include Z-hop, maybe 0.50 millimeters of Z-hop, or 0.80. Nice. Yeah, printing the signals like cheating. Well, yeah, it is. Strictly speaking, it is. But it's clean cheating. It's like saying, I'm not lying, I'm just telling you half the truth. That is really gorgeous, I have to say. Plus, on the Sigma, then I would have to print that upside down, just to make it a bit challenging. This is actually looking really good. Much better than, as Patrick said, it's looking much better than the first chess piece I did on the Anet A6. Do I know how to model in Fusion 360? I can get around in Fusion 360. I mean, I won't be perfect at it. Not perfect at it, but I can get around. Hey, Ryan, how's it going? Hey, Ryan. Hi, Ryan. Ryan. Yeah, it's looking okay. I've messed up my first benchy on the printer because I moved the printer. But I moved it so people can see better because my USB cable is not long enough. So Ryan. So, tell me something, guys. How should we compare this to the Anet A6? How do we put them through their paces? Which prints shall we benchmark them on? I need 10 prints. I think 10 prints. It has to be, maybe we'll do 4 small prints, 4 medium prints, and 2 large prints. So we can compare the two printers. If someone sent me a food 3D printer, what meal would I print first? A burger. I have a thing for burgers. Starship, yes, absolutely. Hands down, that takes over for me. So, that Raven statue. Oh, oh yeah, we could. Why not? So let me write these down. Text, WordPad. So let's do Buddha. No, that's not Buddha. So BattleBots, Groot, Lattice Cube. What else? Print chess set. That's interesting. Do video side by side, printing the same piece. That's fish wheels. I'll definitely do that. The Raven statue, I could. Kebab. Do the polypearl tower torture test. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I really want to start using that. Compare benchy, a bearing, vase mode print, and other stuff. Yep, benchy, definitely. Bearing, definitely. Vase mode, oh, absolutely. Wait till you get to bearing. I'm worried, man. I'm actually being cautious what I eat right now for the next month because I know what's going to happen. I am a total foodie. And I want to find at least 2 places in each city I'm going to be in where, it's these pig out spots. I want to, the man v food kind of things, or the drive-ins, diners, drive-ins and dives, those kind of places, that's the kind of thing I'm dying to do or eat. Tank. Yeah, we could do a tank. Rostock Delta parts on 2 printers. So yes, I need a place or 2 in New York. I need a place or 2 in Vegas. Yeah, Vegas, I'm guessing it's not going to be an issue because I'm really looking forward for the buffet breakfast. And just like Joey from Friends, that's where I'll get my money back. Get some pizza in New York. Why would I get pizza in New York when Italy is 60 kilometers away from me? I want something different. Eiffel Tower. Oh, Eiffel Tower Thingiverse. Interesting. And don't use support for the Eiffel Tower. Now that is a challenge. Now that is interesting. Ooh, I like challenges. This is almost done. This thing has really, really nice top layers. Then pie from Italy. Pie. Kebab pizza. That's because it's not a pizza. A kebab is a kebab. A pizza is a pizza. The dates I'll be in New York will be from the 7th till the 11th of May. I don't have an itinerary yet. All I know is I'm going to be staying close to Times Square. New York pizza is not like any other pizza, I can imagine. Now, in Sweden, the best thing is I know I'm going to mess this up. I know I'm going to mess this up, and I know you're going to laugh your butt off. Köttbullar, köttbullar, or something like that. Anyway, it's the mashed potatoes with the meatballs and everything. Philly cheesesteak. See, that's the kind of thing. I want to go to a place where I can have an absolutely awesome Philly cheesesteak, but one that's gonna like put me into a coma with the amount of cheese in it. I know, I know, I know, I know. Okay. Yeah. uh, it's back. I'm trying. I'm trying to imagine what it looked like me doing signs and everything without sound. Oh god. You guys are awesome and you're hilarious and I'm tired. Yeah, I wouldn't have that problem with the snowball, but it's true. I should have just put the snowball on. It would make my life much easier. Now, what was the last thing you heard me say? And I'll continue from there. Yes, I do, Rob. It's all done with intent and purpose. So this is looking really nice. It's almost ready. We had to. Right before you asked me, I heard you say the Swedish thing. Ah, yeah, Kodbuller or whatever it's called. But anyway. Then someone said Philly cheesesteak. Yes, I want a proper Philly cheesesteak. And then I said I did not plan. Hold on, just in case I do this again. So I wasn't planning to do a meetup in New York. This is the reason being is that anything before Bay Area Maker Faire, strictly speaking, is my honeymoon. I got married 6 months ago, 7 months ago, and we never got to do a honeymoon, so this is kind of a honeymoon. However, I also don't want you guys to drive out of your way to the city to meet me and only me being able to meet you guys for like half an hour or 15 minutes. I would love to, I would absolutely love to, but I just don't want to take it out of your way. But if you are in the city and I happen to be around, why not? We'll have a coffee, definitely. I have the wife with me, just so you know, but we'll meet, have a coffee. I want a coma with Philly cheesesteak. Yes. I want a Philly cheesesteak that'll put you in a coma with the amount of cheese it has. Also, Boxen, quick question. Why do you throw in a raw egg on your pizza? Why is it that people tend to ruin pizza? Pizza is Italian. Pizza is simple. It's very thin crust. It's a bit of tomato sauce, some mozzarella, some basil, and tomatoes. That's it. Why do you want to go throw chips in it and a raw egg in the middle? Or maybe sauerkraut? Why? I will be, Chris, there will be a day where I will try to meet Preston from Press Reset. And I mean, we won't obviously be walking around. We'll take a break at some point. So I have no problem sort of just diverting for like half an hour or an hour. I'll catch you on the next Maker Fair I can attend or next tomorrow to Steer Sigma. Pizza has much potential, but why are you once again, guys, you are fighting over my Sigma. It is actually. It's looking really good. 45-minute print. That's not bad. Probably a bit of over extrusion, but other than that, pineapple belongs in pizza. Now, Rob, I want to have to agree with you there because we have this pizza Malta we do. It's called Hawaiian. I don't know if that's what it's called there. It's pizzas. It's pizza with pineapple, bit of ham, bit of sweet corn. Sometimes they put cherries and a bit of onions and lots of cheese and getting hungry now. Bernays. Starship and Steel. If you want to have a look at the video I uploaded about extrusion, it's very easy to calibrate an extruder. It really is. We're almost there. We're at 99%. You're hungry. I'm starving. I ate 6 hours ago. That is awesome. This is stuck. So bottom layer will be a bit messy because I didn't do the alignment properly. Okay, let me see. So a bit of zits and blobs, which I can easily fix. It's just However, wait, hold on. Wait, oh, let me do this so I can see better. Webcam. Give me a second, guys. Let me just do this so you guys can see better. So, oh god. Other than the blobs, actually is not bad. I printed much better than the first chess piece I printed on the Anet. On the A8. I keep calling it Anet. What? That's not bad at all. Not bad at all. So, after some now, that's too savage for me, Leandro. Yeah, we all have them. You should see the Maltese pizza. How's the bed adhesion? Actually, that while I did a bad job at leveling the bed with this print, it really stuck well. Yep, that looks it is much better. This looks. I can't actually compare. This looks like the second print I did on the A8. It looks a whole lot better than the first print I did on the A8. So that's quite good. Yep, definitely. What's the red cheap filament? A bit too hot. Okay. It's true, Rob. That kind of quality would have cost them thousands on. All right, let me do this so you guys can see the difference. So let me do this. So this, let me find the first one that I had printed. Okay. So this, let me find the worst and the worst. Okay, so trying to find. See, on the A8, there was lots of under extrusion. While there are still blobs and zits, that's the slicing, because they're pretty much all in the same spot. Now, I can actually compare it to the second one. It looks more. It looks closer to the second one than it does to the first one. Oopsie. It's a code. Someone needs our help. The Da Vinci Code. So yeah. Top is fine. Top is really fine, actually. This is interesting. So yeah, not bad. I'm honestly speaking, for 170 euros, awesome 3D printer. I mean, once again, I will want to put a MOSFET on it for the heat bed. I will put the cables directly to it. I will put a fused power switch on the power supply. Yeah, do better cable management. But other than that, I don't see. Oh yeah, and the washers. I will do the washers. But other than that, it really doesn't need anything in terms of structural rigidity. This is probably one of the most solids. Even the Wanhao Duplicator i3 Plus has more wobble on the Z-axis than that. Ooh, nice. The camera. This is a Logitech C930. Right. So. I'm happy with that. I really am. I like the screen. I like the reset button. This is something seriously needed on every printer that exists. Yeah, I want to print more with this. This is going to be fun. I'm really going to enjoy comparing these two together. This is going to be awesome. Really looking forward to this. Yeah, exactly, Rob. It's just belt tensioning. I know that this is not exactly. See, there's quite a bit of play, so that's where the Z bending was coming from, most likely. We'll adjust these screws to make sure they're right. I'll make sure that these are aligned. I mean, it's not going to be a big deal to get this to print really nice. Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, boxes, just why not? Well, strictly speaking, for 170 euros, it's not like. All right. Merchant guy. Yeah. Okay. So that's it from me tonight, guys. I thank you once again. In about 10 minutes, Angus is going live. He's going to be unboxing the Delta Flux. Yes. Actually, he won't be unboxing the Delta Flux. Lady Muse will be unboxing the Delta Flux. So I'll probably be... Oh, thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks for the last 5 hours of your time. No, buy some medicine and get well. Thank you. Trinus laser next week. Yep. Next week, it's Trinus laser. It'll be Trinus enclosure. It will be hopefully the hot end sock, and most likely by the end of next week, beginning of the week after, it'll be a full review of the Trinus. You are more than welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate your support. Thank you for hanging out with me for what, 4 or 5 hours. I cannot thank you guys enough. I really enjoyed myself, as always. It's always good to be able to catch up with you guys and have a chat. I might not be able to do this very often, but yeah, I enjoy the hell out of it. So get a CTC i3. Yeah, if I could. So yeah, all right. Thank you very much once again, guys. Like, share, subscribe as always. And yeah, as always, happy making, everyone. I'm gonna head to bed, and actually, no, I might actually catch some of Angus's live stream. So yeah, I'll be there. See you guys, and thanks once again.